Call this public hearing to order. The public hearing tonight is to receive public comment concerning the adoption of an updated ordinance adopting the 2021 edition of the Virginia Uniform Statewide Building Code and the Virginia Statewide Fire Prevention Code and an erosion and sediment control program. If anyone has any concern, any questions, or want to make a public comment on it, they are welcome to do so.
Ms. Willis, if I could share something. Our building official was not able to make it out tonight. He had a prior engagement. But what he shared with me to share with the public is basically our fees are staying the same. There's no change in our fees, no change in the building fees. And the 2018 code is what we follow right now. 2021 is what we're having to adopt, and that's the most recent code out, and it's actually mandated by the state. We have to get that adopted this spring. And the differences in the 2018 and the 2021 are minimal when it comes to actual construction. Most everything is the same. The biggest difference is in the energy efficiency, like when it comes to insulation and some of the energy efficiency requirements in the 2021 code. But that's the reason we're having to do an update on this. Like I said, it is mandatory by the state, and the 2021 is the most recent out. So he'd asked me to share that. So
I wonder why he wasn't here. Thought if I had a question, I didn't know how to answer it. And if anyone in the public that's listening would want to make a comment, our phone number is 276-333-0357 if you would like to call in and make a comment on the public hearing. I'll leave it open a few minutes to see if anybody has a
Yeah, nobody ain't called either, just ask. And
comment. As long as the rates stay the same, there's no big deal.
that was my concern. That's what I asked Larry, was it changing the rates any? Put my book together, they got it upside down. But it was just the agenda, and we got a copy. You think I could go ahead and close it, because I don't think I've got any.
I think so. I don't think we're going to have anything. So
I need a motion that we adjourn the public hearing.
Make a motion, we adjourn.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, a motion and a second that we adjourn the public hearing at this time, as there is no comments. We'll vote by the usual way of voting aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we'll be like 5 minutes, I think, before we start the
Here, my shoulder.
meeting. start our meeting. And I'd like to note that we have our county administrator, Mr. Barton, our county attorney, Will Sturgill, and our clerk, Teresa Law, and our economic developer, Dana Cronkite. And all 5 members are present on the Board of Supervisors. And we'll start tonight with prayer. Mr. Martin, will you
Sure.
start us tonight with prayer?
Let's pray. Most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we just pray that you would bless our county, Lord. Just watch over us, Lord. We just pray that you'll keep us safe, Lord. Lord, thank you for letting us get through the last week of weather, Lord, with very minimal power disturbances and issues, Lord Jesus. We just pray with the upcoming rains, Lord, that you'll keep us safe, Lord, and keep the flooding down. Lord, just be with our meeting tonight. I pray for our supervisors, Lord, that you just empower them and give them the ability to make the decisions they need to lead our county, Lord. Lord, watch over us all, we pray. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. And we'll start with the pledge, and tonight I'm going to ask Mr. Hall if he will start, and I'm going to, each week, each one of us will start.
I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. The next thing on the agenda is to approve the minutes of November the 28th. No, wait, I'm on the wrong thing. Approve the minutes for the public hearing of December the 19th of 23. And I'll have to do a roll call because we've got 2 new members that wasn't here at that time. So I need a motion to approve the December the 19th public hearing.
I'll make that motion to approve the minutes for December the 19th, 2023.
And I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second to approve the public hearing for December the 19th of 23. And I'll ask Mrs. Sluss, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Mr. Thacker?
Yes.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Yes.
And Mr. Hall?
Yes.
Okay.
Let's see, is that the one, we need to abstain from that one, does it?
You can abstain from it since you
'Cause we didn't-
weren't on the
we
board
weren't
at the time,
involved.
but I don't know of any rule that says you have to abstain
Okay.
from it. So,
That was why I was doing
Yeah.
a roll call, because I didn't know if they wanted to abstain.
understood.
And the next one on the agenda is our regular meeting for December the 19th of 2023. I need a motion to approve that.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussions or corrections to those minutes? If not, how do you vote, Mrs. Celeste?
Yes.
And Mr. Beck?
Yes.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Yes.
And Mr. Hall?
Yeah, I'll abstain.
And the organization meeting of January the 2nd, 2004. And I need a motion to approve
I'll
those.
make that motion.
I need a second.
I'll second.
And is there any discussion or correction to those? If not, how do you vote, Ms. Celeste?
Yes.
Mr. Thacker?
Yes.
And Ms. Kaiser? And Mr. Hall?
Yes.
And I also. Now, we're down to the approval of the agenda, and I think we need to add, is it the fire committee that wants to be added to the agenda?
Yes.
What do you think I should add them, after public comment or before?
Let's do after, Dana's actually printing something that Donna had sent me to bring back up to you all, so if you give her time to get that done, so maybe after, we put it in new business.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. The fire committee and new business?
Uh-huh.
That would be E.
I think so, I think that would be good, put it at E.
Is there any additional
Yes.
items to the agenda?
Yes, I'd like to be added to the agenda as well.
Just you?
Yes, ask for a resolution.
Okay, do I do him under the same thing?
I do the same
F?
thing, F, we do resolution.
And Richard? Okay.
This would be for AEP, I think, correct?
Yes.
Yes, we'll do a resolution for AEP, so.
Okay. Is there anybody else got anything to add to the agenda? Any other board member? Then we need to approve the agenda with those additions.
I make a motion that we approve the agenda with adding under new business, item number E, Fair Committee, and item number F, Richard Thacker, for a resolution with AEP.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, Ms. Celeste, how do you vote?
Yeah, yay, or yes.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Yes.
And Mr. Hall?
Yes.
And I also. Okay, the next thing on the agenda is the consent agenda, number 4. And we do all of those at the same time. It's the approval of the expenditures, county administrator's report, drug court, community work program report, animal control report, fire and rescue, litter control, and the building official report. And if you want to take any of them separate, we can do that also.
I make a motion that we approve the consent agenda, A, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
I'll say.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on any of the reports that we are approving?
They have turned in some good reports.
Yes, they have.
They have been busy, and reading over each one of them, I was sad to see that Clintwood Rescue Squad had to respond to 4 suicides, which is very sad.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's probably, it says December 23 calls, so that was 4 in 1 month, which is real sad. But everybody else, all these other reports seems real good. Only thing is with them, do we need to add to this, the legal fees? Do they need to be in
Yes, we do. I
that?
forgot that these were brought down with the approval of bills.
I noticed we got one separate on it, so.
That needs to be,
Thank you for
It can
catching
be
that,
included in the expenditures.
yeah,
It's part of the expenditures.
Oh, it's part of the expenditure. Okay.
yes, yeah.
All right. So we don't need to add anything. It's just part of the
That's just part
expenditures.
of the
He just
expenditures.
brought us a report.
And I will let you all know that I will be abstaining from voting for the approval of the expenditures. If we're gonna do them all in one group, which
You want
is
me to do
fine,
the second? You want me to do that one separate by itself?
it doesn't
I
matter,
will
but,
do A by itself.
okay, because
Okay.
I need to abstain from that one.
Okay. We'll do A by itself. So the approval of the expenditures. Ms. Kaiser? How do you vote?
You need a move in second, or
Oh, well, I
guess.
guess, I'm sorry.
That's okay, that's all right.
I
I'll
need
make
a
a
move and a
move.
second to do those by the A by itself.
I'll make a move that we do for A by itself, the approval of expenditures.
And I need a second also.
Did you second that, Richard?
Yes, I
Okay,
did.
that's what I thought.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the expenditures by themselves. And I'll ask Mr. Hall, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
I abstain because in the list of expenditures, I was given a check for a catering job.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Thacker, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Ms. Celeste, how do you vote?
Aye.
And I vote aye also. And then we will take B, C, D, E, and F, and G by themselves. Together, is that okay? Okay.
I will make the motion that we approve the consent agenda items B through G.
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on those? If not, Ms. Celeste, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Yes.
And Mr. Hall?
Aye.
And I also. Now, we're down to public comment. Does anyone in the audience wish to make a public comment? Ms. Scardo, come on. Ms. Scardo raised her hand, so let's let her come. Oh, go ahead then. Let's see, do we need to go over the rules for public comment?
And I've got
Is
them
this
right here.
okay? Is it said okay?
Oh, wait just a second.
I'm sorry.
Miss Cardo, we'll go over the rules.
All right, and the rules for public comment is there is a time limit, 3 minutes for each individual speaker. Representative of a group on the same topic may be given up to 5 minutes to make a presentation. Speakers are not permitted to donate time to other speakers. No speaker time shall be extended except by unanimous consent or 2/3 vote of the members of the board present. And then prohibited conduct, persons appearing before the board will not be allowed to campaign for public office, promote private business ventures, use profanity or vulgar language, use language which insults or demeans any person, make frivolous statements, interrupt other speakers, engage in behavior that intimidates others, or address the board on issues that do not concern the services, policies, or affairs of the county.
And also, I would like to ask the board members to not take up their time on their 3 minutes, and then we will have time after she speaks to respond if any board member wants to make a comment. Go ahead, Ms.
I appreciate that. I'll try to fly. I am Jerry Scardo, here to ask you to address a matter of utmost importance that concerns not only our county's future, but the well-being of our planet, climate change. Today, I urge the county, its residents, and local government to break new ground in the realm of climate change mitigation. We are aware that climate change poses an existential threat, a threat to our existence. The evidence is irrefutable, and the urgency to take action has never been more critical. It's disheartening to know that Shell and Exxon, their own researchers, were aware of the consequences of their action as far back as 1971. Despite this knowledge, they chose denial and deception, leading to 3 decades of environmental degradation. We've witnessed devastating consequences globally, and from eastern Kentucky floods, hurricanes in Puerto Rico, the destruction of Acapulco. Our carbon sinks, the ocean, forests, and freshwater bodies are beginning to fail, contributing to the rise in global temperature and extreme weather events. The ocean is the largest carbon sink. As it heats up, it holds less carbon. So the atmosphere acts as a carbon sink, holding a greater amount of heat trapping CO2, and global temperatures rise. The ocean off of Summit, Florida this summer was over 100 degrees. Freshwater bodies are also carbon sink. Water temperatures reached over 102 degrees Fahrenheit in the Amazon. Many rare inland dolphins died. The second largest carbon sink is the forest, and you know a forest around the world burning. In Canada, equal to the size of Greece. The Amazon rainforest is so impacted that it is thought no longer to be a carbon sink. With failing carbon sinks, the atmosphere holds more of the heat energy, which fuels fierce winds, violent tornadoes, hurricanes, typhoons. The depletion of carbon sinks has far-reaching implications to our community. The disruption of ecosystems, the loss of biodiversity are alarming signs. We cannot be idle while the foundations of our environment crumble. I am confident that the board is genuinely interested in making a positive impact. Therefore, I propose that we initiate a county-wide dialogue on climate change involving discussion, planning, and concrete steps to reduce our carbon footprint. While acknowledging financial constraints, I suggest exploring grant opportunities and creating a dedicated position within the county to lead the project. Many are not aware of federal incentives for solar panels, heat pumps, weatherization. Educating the public and engaging the churches in the effort can amplify our impact. By working together, setting goals, involving citizens, we can make a substantial difference. It's time to lead by example and ensure when the future generation asks, what did we do to mitigate climate change? Our action is one of a responsibility. of action and responsibility, I respectfully ask the board to spearhead a collaborative effort to safeguard our county future.
Thank you, Ms. Cardo.
And how do you propose to do that, Jerry?
Ms.
I'm gonna go-
you have to-
Madam Chairman, may I ask her a
Yes,
question?
please.
How do you propose to do it? I hope to go to the workshop and maybe discuss a little bit more of how that's done. But the first steps are just having some meetings and discuss it and starting to plan. They're just they don't cost money. Some of this first steps does not cost anything. We educate ourselves. We educate others. And there are particular steps that the county can take to build resilience in agriculture, for instance. We'll name out things, what we think we can do, with our resources. And a lot of it is people need to know to not heat their houses so much in the winter, wear the sweaters and so on, and don't cool it so much in the summer. There's you can make a conservation list. We overconsume in this country. There's 138 million large cargo ships across the Pacific every year. 4 of them sink a day, and if you can imagine the size of that. And we can shop locally. We can think of not making extra trips, conservation of our own energy is one thing. But using the thrift stores, there could be just a whole planting trees, There's just a whole slew of things we can do. Like my brother took 55 acres of land and on his own money planted trees. It was beautiful, beautiful land. So,
Does anyone else have anything?
I appreciate the question.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, I would want, can I ask her a question?
Yeah.
I was wondering, I've been reading a lot on the solar panels, which they're becoming more and more common, but then how do you recycle solar panels?
They
Because they
do.
don't last forever.
Yes, somebody was throwing that up to me, like in my face almost. But there are companies that can recycle 90% of it. They can even crush the surface now and do some recycling of that. It's not, I don't know everything, but I got the climate book. I actually got one for every one of you if you wanted, and I can give them away. We've been giving away books on Raising Lazarus, which is by Beth Macy. And this county has done wonderful in establishing 2 drug treatment centers, rehab centers. So this county, if you can do that, you can do other. If you know what we did on litter control, working together, you can be successful. And we got people, teachers, agriculture people, people know economics. You got a lot of people here that have talent. I gave mine freely. I had a list of things I did, but I didn't bring it to you because it's sort of shameful. But we work saving your reservoir more than one time, and I don't know if everybody's aware of that, but Wise County, it was years and years ago, there was going to be a big landfill on Turkey Branch, which drains into our reservoir. And Wise County community and me, we put it in the paper, we fought, and we wrote letters and all that. And so those people that had that big money to bring that in, they went to Allegheny County and they built it. And they did $1 billion worth of damage to the aquifers. If they can do that, they'll protect your reservoir.
Does anyone else have any questions for Ms. Carter?
Yeah, but I hope y'all want to work.
Well,
I think it'd be a good project.
Jerry, you're very renowned. I'm very, I want to commend you because you have always been a very spokesperson for conservation and climate warming. Used to, I didn't believe in climate warming until our winters changed so much.
Oh, yeah, we no longer have the run for the Alberta peaches. Our orchards have blight from here to Massachusetts, apple orchards.
I'm interested to think what your opinion is on this small nuclear thing they're wanting to put back in Southwest Virginia?
There's 3 proposals. They're extremely bad. We've had, it's risky, it's unproven. The only design for that was by New Scale, and it failed, it collapsed financially. I had written letters that makes no economic sense. It costs too much to build. They build them, modular means they build them out there, they bring them in. They can operate them remotely, so you don't have the jobs. You have nuclear waste that you have to, is toxic.
And then you have nowhere to get rid of it, do you?
It's on site.
Yeah.
It's on site, and you have to protect it for as long as Homo sapiens have been on Earth. They've been on Earth 300 million. Some of this waste is 250. I mean, 1,000, I'm sorry. I said a number wrong. But anyway, as long as people walked on Earth, we just can't see down the road that far, and they want to put it in boreholes, you know, deep boreholes. Or they want to recycle, beyond that, they want to recycle nuclear waste, which is not done anywhere in our country. And Irwin, Unicoi County has terrible results from their nuclear fuel services. Some of the radioactive stuff was released in the gas and it wound up in the attics of homes. And it was in August, and they told them in December those homes would taken down and buried. They would have been radioactive. And the cancer rate went from below national average to 44% of, you know, way up there. It went from 19% below to about 44, you know. And we got 50% cancer rate in this area. And the cancer center told me. And if you look it up, it might say 45% nationally. It's huge cancer rate. And by the way, in the Nolichucky, they threw 200 pounds of that stuff. I mean, on top of it, you know, in the regulations, like Louisiana, the state can come in and prove this carbon capture, which I did write a letter on. But you don't want a state that's not a regulatory agency approving something up here in Virginia.
I just think it's strange they want to they picked Southwest Virginia to bring in these small nuclear modules that you're saying.
Yeah.
And, you know, it concerns me a lot because I live on top of Caney Ridge, and I live a mile from where they're dumping tons and tons of refuge. And that is concerning to me that I wonder what it's doing to our little, I know it's destroyed the community of Reedy Ridge.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not 4 houses out there now.
And they test all this water, but unless you know all
They
that.
don't test the water for what you want them to test
That's
it
right,
for.
right,
Because
yeah.
I stopped and asked them, and I said, what are you testing for? And they said pH and temperature. I said, that's silly. I said, wow, you're checking for organics or inorganics or anything like that? No.
Or it's chemicals
Chemicals
beyond.
that come out of that mines? So, you know, it's very sad when I come out my ridge, I see that mountain of refuge. I don't know what it holds for my future, my children or my grandchildren, but I see nothing but destroying a beautiful part of our county. Caney Ridge, for that part, has been, it makes me want to weep when I look at it.
And me too.
And I don't understand our laws that allowed such a, I mean, it almost looks like pure coal. It looks like it could be recycled to me, but I'm on a soapbox here, so I'll shut up. Thank you,
Can
Madam
I say
Chairman.
one more thing?
Your time is up
Okay,
right now.
I'm fine with it.
Thank you, Jerry.
Thank y'all.
Unless,
Thank you.
any of y'all want to respond?
No, I'm fine.
And I forgot to mention that those that are listening, you can call in as public comment also, and the number is 276-333-0357, and it scrolls along the screen if you want to call in, and we'll take your calls also. And anyone else want to speak, go ahead.
I'm Terry Bartley, Hayside Rescue.
And I'm Ron Kendrick, representing Clintwood Rescue. And reason we're under public comment, Mr. Barton suggested we come under this here. We was going to get on the agenda and wasn't able to get on there, so he suggested we just come under public comment.
Oh, you should have asked us and we would put you on, but we've already
We can
approved
grant
the
him additional
agenda.
time, so.
Yeah, it won't take just
right.
a few minutes here, but what we were wanting to talk to you about was that we had some rather costly repairs to our stretchers. Terry and I both, and as well as Sandy Ridge, carries the Stryker stretchers. And whenever we were having the technician work on them, he was telling us about a warranty that we could purchase for it. And he said he would even back up and cover the repair, which on my stretchers, that one incident was, and if I get Nathan to come on up here with me too, he knows more about this than I do, but it was, I think around $5,600.
Yeah, the repair on one stretcher was $5,600, and with the purchase of the agreement to cover 3 trucks would be a little over $9,000.
Well, it was $8,300. They give us a discount on it. It was $8,300 for Clintwood, and I think it's 50. I've got it up. I've got it right here.
Together, it's $14,399, what Nathan sent me for the two, or for three, Hayside and Sandy Ridge were together, so.
Right. And see, Sandy Ridge, they're still under warranty where they just purchased theirs. But
So how long would the agreement be?
That'd be for 1 year.
1 year.
1 year.
And that covers everything except for mattresses and the straps that you secure the patient with. That covers batteries, chargers, any moving part, any hydraulic part, any electrical part, any kind of components.
We bought batteries last year. It was about $1,500.
$1,500 a piece.
Yeah.
I bought two, if I'm not mistaken, last year.
Now, they're a $30,000 unit, and it takes a lot to repair them, and this also covers preventive maintenance. They
Preventive
come in
maintenance, it
and-
does.
So we were wanting to see if you might be able to assist us with it. I was looking through just the extra bills that I had this month just in tires, brakes, starter, and garage door repair, which was $800. I've got $4,500 extra in just extra repairs, not counting our regular utilities. And if I have to pay for the stretcher as well, I mean, it's going to wipe out my account. We're not going to have anything left over. But that's why whenever they proposed that to me, I got a hold of Terry, or had Nathan get a hold of him, and because I felt like he could probably benefit from this warranty protection as well.
If I'm not mistaken, I told Ron, I think we spent over $3,000 last year just on maintenance on our cots. That's not counting buying the batteries. The batteries were extra.
Does anyone want to respond to them
Is 14,000 the cost of the,
for a year, it said?
1 year.
$14,399 for the two contracts. One has Hayside and Sandy Ridge, and the other's Clintwood. Clintwood's $8,712, and Hayside Sandy Ridge is $5,687.
what's the cost of the repair of what they're having to repair on the stretcher?
You said 5,000?
5,000 on one.
something?
Oh.
$5,600, which they said they would back up and cover it under this warranty if we took this
Oh,
out.
okay.
Goodness, I
Okay.
didn't
We're
know
only
it was
about
that kind of money.
$2,500 away from the warranty, yeah.
Madam Chairman, may I ask a question?
Yes.
I'm a little bit ignorant on what you're talking about. Do you mean those cost that kind of money that you put in the rescue squad, those that you put the patient on, cost how much?
The cots that I just got.
Yeah, how much of the cot cost?
For $65,000 for everything it puts.
For
it in.
one?
For one.
It's a power.
It's a, yeah, it's a power.
Rest
It's a
your,
power load.
does it rest, does that include blood pressure and all
No,
this stuff?
No, all it is the mechanism in the truck where you slide the cot up in, it power lifts it up. You can push it in with one hand, and when you get ready to unload the patient, you pull it out with one hand, push a button, it drops wheels down, you take them in the hospital.
Well, that's unbelievable. I had no idea that
The,
it cost that kind of money. Did
It has
you?
the capability of lifting, I think, right at
I
800
didn't know
pounds.
that.
These stretchers do.
What distresses me
Which not
is,
only is a benefit to the crew, you know, not having to lift heavy patients, but it's also
Yeah.
safety to the patient as
Of
well,
course.
you know.
I had no idea it cost that much money, but it's sort of bad that it only is good for a year.
I agree.
How many stretchers is in between all the departments? How many stretchers are there?
I have 3, you got,
Oh, you got 3 now?
I've got 3 now, counting the
Okay.
new and I just got.
All right, and I've got 3 as well.
How many Sandy Ridge got?
They just have one, they don't have the power load system, they just have the power load cot, and they have one of those.
Oh, okay, so
The new cot I
7.
got is under warranty, I assume for the first year.
Yeah, so you wouldn't need
So
that for that
it
one.
won't even be.
So did you say, which one have you got under warranty? One?
I've got one.
One under
That
warranty.
will be under warranty for 1 year. The new one that the county purchased for me last year.
So you have 7 countywide, right?
Yes.
There'll be a price increase as of February the 1st. I think he said it'd be a 15% price increase.
As of February the 1st?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions?
Bart, is this something county can afford?
I think everybody's kind of aware of our current budget situation right now. You know, we're several hundred thousand dollars in the red right now, so, you know, it's up to the board. The board's pleasure as to what you'd like to do, but I can't really tell you where we're at. So I think the update I provided in November, we were, you know, right at 200,000 in the red at that time, and then our regional jail costs, Richard and I just had a meeting today, and, you know, we are still trending towards that, so it's gonna put us upward towards 400,000 by year end, based on where we're at, what the latest information I had, so.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have one on the line now, I believe it's for public comment.
All right, go ahead and state your name and address, please.
Shelby, this is Larry Deal. I hate I couldn't be there tonight.
Well, I miss
Can you
you.
hear me?
Yes, I
Yeah,
can.
well, I'm in our spirit, but I'm working, I got a job, and they just wouldn't allow me to be there tonight. But I'd like to comment on the consent agenda. I would like for you all to bring back the county administrator's report, because I'd like to see what the county's taking in and what they're spending, just from my knowledge, and probably a lot more in the county. Could you all at least give that a thought?
Is it available for
It's
the
in our minutes.
public?
It is.
It's
on the-
available, Larry, anytime you
packet
want to
back there,
see
but it's
it.
in the minutes as well, but, you know, whatever the pleasure of the board is with the agenda, we can do, so.
I mean, it won't take just 5 minutes to read the county administrator's report. You know, you effectively cut the road out on us, and there was a lot of comments probably would have been made about the road, but it was taken off, and I'm sure that you can call Salem and have the same thing done, but we as taxpayers put our trust in you all, and you all could at least help us just a little bit, you know. But that's all I really had to say, and I wished I was there tonight, but this work wouldn't allow me to. But I will definitely be there next month.
Thank you, Larry.
I know.
It would just be the pleasure of the board to have him read those. If we want to, we'll consider that. Anyone else want to make a public comment tonight? Lights? Okay, come on. State your name and address for the clerk.
My name is Donna Comer. I live on 242 Hackney Ridge. I was here most of the time.
Nora?
Huh?
Is it Nora? Haysi.
Virtually.
Birchley.
I was here most of the time last year, and as a citizen of Dickinson County, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this here or not, but I'm concerned about all the money being donated. And it's to run our county, is what we pay our taxes for. And it's not by no means, it means nothing against the EMS and the fire department, because that's something that we should be taking care of. But the rest of the money being donated, if anything should be donated, it should be donated back to the citizens that pays in these taxes. And I think a lot of the donations needs to be cut out, and to run to make sure our EMS and fire department is taken care of before the donations is being given. Now, that's my opinion as a citizen, and I'm not the only one that feels this way, is we need to take care of our own before we start donating, because as you can see, when they go out to have these things, the community's already supporting them with our own money. And then you guys come up and donate money with it, along with it. And that's totally wrong. They're getting double amenities here. And I think if anything, it needs to be given back to the public or taken off of our taxes, one. Any of you's got any questions for me? Or do you understand what I'm trying to say here?
I'll ask when your time is up. Are you finished?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Does anyone have any comments to make to Ms. Comer?
I agree with you. I think we should limit the request to come in, asking for money to be done during the budget cycle. And not to be donating money to organizations that we don't have.
That's exactly right. Our EMS and fire departments needs it worse than a lot of these organizations do. As you can tell, I come up here most of the time and see them. And they're always asking.
I agree 100%.
Anyone else? Ms. Comer, I agree also, 100%, that we gave out money we should not have given out.
That's right. I agree.
Anyone else have public comment tonight? Anyone else on the phone, Adam?
No.
Then I guess I need a motion to close public comment. Do I need a motion to do that or just close it?
Generally, we've had a motion to close it, but at the same time, it's not required.
I make that motion that we close public comment.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to close public comment. Any discussion? Ms. Celeste, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Thacker?
Yes.
And Mrs. Kaiser?
Yes.
And Mr. Hall?
Yes.
And I also. And the next thing on the agenda is Dr. Teresa Dyson and Dr. Paula Hill Collins. Are they here?
Dr. Paula Hill Collins is currently on the phone.
This is Paula, and this is Teresa. We're on our way up to Richmond, so we couldn't be there tonight. But we thank you all for everything Dixon County has done for us. And by funding the after-hours clinic, we saw over 1,500 patients just on Thursday evening and Saturdays at our Clintwood office. So it was desperately needed in the county, and we want to thank you all for that.
It's been really well received, tremendously received, and we've seen a lot of, really acutely ill patients, and we really feel that it has saved lives, so thank you for that support.
And we're here, the first thing we need to ask you all is, with the building of the new clinic, we actually need a to be put in as a not-for-profit exemption tax credit, because we're still being taxed for our Clintwood Clinic, and in Wise, they have put us in that tax exempt status, and we would like to ask that you all do the same. And we also are here to request funding for more opportunities to come to the Clintwood Clinic. One, we want to continue the after hours, and we are implementing the billing process to keep it sustainable. But we've also hired Jennifer Hammond. You all may know Jennifer. She's Shane Hammond's wife. Shane's exterminating, Hammond's exterminating. She's our pharmacist, and we're going to be putting in a free pharmacy at Wise, and we've actually built a portion of the building on there. We're wanting to expand that to Clintwood, so where she can come to Clintwood and give out free medicine. And this will be for patients with no insurance, and they're supplied to us from direct relief. So it'll be for her and to be able to have a pharmacy assistant with her so that we could have a pharmacy operating out of the Clintwood Clinic also. And in March, we are sponsoring a special needs pediatric dental clinic. Right now, children or even adults with special needs have to travel to the Roanoke area to receive pediatric dental, and we would like to request funding for that also. It will be, some of that will be done at the hospital at Norton Community, so they would be transported, but the health wagon would help pay for their transportation also to get them over there, to get them care. So that's what we're here for tonight.
And even with the pharmacy, being located in, at the Wise Clinic, we will be able to, offer, Dr. Hammond will be able to offer like a courier service back to the Clintwood Clinic so that we will be able to, because we've always provided millions of dollars worth of free meds to patients in Dickinson County. And so this will really increase like the medication access for Dickinson County residents, as well as the whole Southwest Virginia. And this is going to be the first nonprofit pharmacy in the region, so that's going to be really huge for our region, our overall region. And Derek Hubbard may be there. We like Paul said, we were not able to come, but he may be there. He's our director, development director. He may be there, and he could also speak to this.
Ms. Collins and Ms. Thies, I'd like to ask, your taxes were due June the 5th. Why are you just now coming to us, and also December the 5th, the second half was due? Why are you just now coming to us concerning your taxes?
We weren't aware because it's such a new building until the Commissioner of Revenue actually called me, and he told us to come and ask for it. So that we would, going forward, we would be tax exempt. It was one of those things that we did not dot our I's and cross our T's about having to get this tax exempt status, even though we had it in Wise County. We just built the Dickinson County Clinic in 2019, and we opened it up in 2020. 2019, 20, yeah.
So you've got taxes on it since 21, 22, 23? You've got taxes for 3 years?
Yes, yes.
And you just now come to us about that?
Well, ma'am, we have, in all due respect, we have, we've seen 36,500 patient encounters with COVID with very limited staff. We have been really short-staffed, so I accept full responsibility for an oversight, but, given the situation of the pandemic, we've been doing the best that we could do.
Because we were opening that new clinic, and it's actually during COVID, we actually have a separate entrance for anybody that has COVID-type symptoms, TB symptoms, that they can come in and go out the same treatment room door. So it's not like, we was just one of those things, it was an oversight, we accept responsibility. But I think 2021, we saw 35,000 patients in total. And that was Dickinson County and Wise County. So we've not just been lollygagging here. It was just an oversight on our part, and we do accept responsibility. 34,000 patients for the staff that we have is a whole lot of patients to be taken care of, and I know we save thousands of lives.
Madam Chairman, I have one question for him.
All right.
Are you asking for two things? You're asking for tax exemption and money for the special needs?
Yes, that's correct.
How much money are you asking for the special needs clinic, dental clinic? How much money are you asking for the special needs dental clinic?
Well, it's a continuation of the after hours. It's combination request of the services that we have. We're requesting $100,000 for the continuation of the after hours clinic. But, you know, we have the special needs clinic and the pediatric dental clinic that is coming up, and the pharmacy is part of that.
So it's expanded for the medication access, expanded dental access, and we're going to expect for the continuation of our after hours. So it's actually 3 different programs that we're actually wanting to implement in Dixon County so that we can have an equal, we want to take care of Dixon County residents. So we want to be able to share and to be able to put Jennifer also over there so Dixon County residents do not have to come to WISE, and so that she will be available on site for medication management treatment, and patients that come in, she can do medication reconciliation where she actually looks at their medicine, sees what she's taken, see if we can help them to get the medicine cheaper, but also see if there's any interaction. So it's actually 3 different programs that we're wanting to help to expand our dental, our after-hours expansion, and then moving and expanding our pharmacy into Dickinson County.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Is this something that we can address during the budget workshops coming up?
Still don't know how much money they're asking for.
100,000, she said.
More than 100,000. She did throw in, she thrown in 3 things.
For the 100,000. You're asking for 100,000, correct, Ms. Collins?
Yes,
Ms. Collins, is this something we can address during the public, the workshops for the budget?
I would think so. We're not really sure of the timeline of that, but I would think that would be fine.
The tax exemption, Madam Chairman, how much does that bring in for
Their taxes are over $6,000 a year,
About
aren't they?
$3,000 a year, so their taxes are. But in order to grant tax exemption under this, it doesn't fall specifically under the 2 code sections that's permissible. We would have to have a public hearing, and the board would have to adopt an ordinance. So it's nothing you can take up right now as far as granting that. You'd have to schedule a public hearing and then adopt an ordinance in order to do that, so.
I would suggest that we let you do some research on that and see what you come up with and see if we can afford to be tax exempt. And also, Ms. Collins, we asked you all to see if you could bill for Dickinson County. Have you all,
Yes, that's for our after hours, and we're implementing that. It was a process of getting everyone credentialed, and for the after hours, we do hope that we'll be able to, that we're going to be having that. Actually, we've had credentialing approved this month, so we should be starting that within the next, just for our after hours. We're not going to bill for the, because we're going to keep part of that clinic still free. As you know, we've started, that's how we were founded, was totally free care, but we are going to have our after hours billing.
and that's gonna start soon?
Yes, actually, I received last week notice that we had our providers credentialed, so we should be able to start that probably in February.
it's just a very lengthy, lengthy process of anybody that's ever did credentialing.
Anybody else got any questions? If not, we appreciate y'all calling in, and was you with them?
Yes, my name's Derek Hubbard. As I mentioned, I'm the development director with the Health Wagon. I was just here to make sure that we were able to convey the message and really appreciate all the support that Dickinson County's provided over the years. So thank you all again.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Hubbard, I'll reach out and get some information. We'll work on this.
So do we want to table it now, setting a public hearing until
Right, we
next
can do that, and
month?
then we can set one to perhaps for next month. We'll get the information she requested and then go from there.
Sounds good. Are they,
They're still on, Laura.
oh, they're still on. Ms. Collins and Ms. Dyson,
Yes.
thank you all for calling in, and we appreciate that.
Okay, thank you all. Thank you for considering it.
All right, have a safe trip.
Okay, bye-bye.
So you're gonna
I'll
work
follow
on that,
up
all
with him and get that information, yes. We'll see what we can do. I'll work with Mr. Sturgill on the process.
we're down to number 7, and it's the proclamation on Black History Month. And Ms. Cardo really cobbed us when, is she still here?
No, she left.
She cobbed us over not doing this, and we started doing it, and we've been doing it in January, and we decided we meet so late in the month that we're gonna do it in January. So, the Board of Supervisors of Dickinson County, Virginia, Black History Month proclamation. Whereas during Black History Month, we celebrate the many achievements and contributions made by the African Americans to our country, and whereas beginning on February the 12th, 1926, and for many years thereafter, the second week of February was celebrated as Black History Week, chosen to coincide with the birth of Frederick Douglass and Abraham Lincoln. And whereas in 1976, as part of the National Bicentennial Black History Week, was expanded and became established as Black History Month, and is now celebrated all across America. And whereas the celebration of Black History Month is a positive way of recognizing the culture and history of African Americans as essential to the core beliefs and values of our society, and whereas the contribution of African Americans have been vital to the growth and development of Dickinson County and our nation. Now therefore, the Dickinson County Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim and observe February 2024 as Black History Month, and as we recognize and observe the significant contribution of African Americans to Dickinson County and our country. And this on this date, the 23rd day of January 2024. So I need a motion that we adopt this proclamation.
I'll make that motion.
And then I'll second it.
Well, I'll second, well,
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any questions, any comments? But I do appreciate Ms. Cardo. She brought this to our attention a few years ago, and she got up and made the proclamation or the talk about Black History Month. And after that, I think it made us realize that we had been negligent in doing so. So I'm gonna ask, we have a motion and a second and discussion. Ms. Celeste, how do you vote?
definitely yes.
Mr. Thacker?
Yes.
Yes, for me too.
And Mr.
Yes.
Hall? And I also. The next thing on our agenda is we have Kayla Deal, and somebody said she had COVID and she's gonna be
She said she's
online.
gonna be by phone, is she?
Madam Chair, she's on the line now.
Ms. Kayla, would you like to speak?
Yes, I'm here, Shelby. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay. As you said, I'm sorry I can't be there tonight. I do have COVID, unfortunately, so I'm out of the office until Thursday. But I am here to address, back in October the 23rd, per the Code of Virginia 24.2-112, the electoral board has the authority to establish the number of deputy registrars that is to serve in the office of the general registrar, including any that are to serve full-time. And it was voted on at the electoral board meeting, like I said, on October the 23rd, to establish a second full-time position in my office. As you all are aware, there's only myself and one full-time deputy registrar in the office right now. We do have two part-time people who serve 29 hours a week. One of them rarely gets 29 hours a week just because she doesn't want 29 hours a week, which is fine. The other one gets 29 hours a week. But I've come before you guys to make you aware that they did establish that code or did establish that position in my office, and ask that you all consider giving funding for that position. As you know, we are now, elections are just ever evolving. We're in a legislative session right now that has at least 120 bills that, if they all pass, could in some way, shape, form, or fashion affect elections as we know it. Right now, we deal with 45 days of early voting before an election. So for this year alone, we will be voting 135 days out of the year, and that's in person in our office. That does require that either myself or the full-time deputy registrar be present in that room at all times. Because we also have what's called results by precinct, which means that we have to print a ballot for every person that walks into that room to vote, because we simply do not have the storage space to house ballots for every individual, because we have to break those down by precinct. So for example, like Shelby, you're in the Kennedy district, well, we have to break it on down to be like the Ridge precinct, the Longsport precinct, the West Gate precinct. I have to be able to show results for every precinct for early voting now, instead of just saying, okay, in simple absentee, 500 people voted and this is where all the votes went. I have to break that down even further. So we're talking like this coming November, we will have 30-some ballot styles that we will have to keep separate. So that has taken either myself or the deputy registrar and put them in the lobby area of our office for those 45 days leading up to the election, meaning that at least one full-time person in the office to still handle the keying of applications, the handling of the phone calls, the mail registrations, all of our hoppers that come through. And then there is also the fact that we now are mandated to do what we call pre-processing of by-mail ballots. The state requires that we pre-process 2 separate times prior to an election, one being no later than the Tuesday immediately preceding an election, and then the Friday or Saturday, it is our preference, prior to election day, that we hold a pre-processing meeting. Now, depending on how many ballots they have to process, that takes me, because I have to be present in the room at all times when that's going on, that takes me out of the office somewhere, sometimes as much as 4 hours at a time. And of course, with the early voting, we have saw a drastic increase in the voter turnout, because most people are to the point that they would rather come and vote early. No offense to you guys, but they don't want to deal with the candidates on election day. We hear that so much. They love early voting because typically candidates are not out there campaigning for 45 days. Or maybe they've come to the store and it's just a pretty day and they want to get it over with. We went, 2020 was the first year, the first November election of early voting, and to give you an overall idea, we went up over 25% voter turnout in central absentee over the 2019 election, which was the last one that had absentee with a reason. So we are now handling well over at least 25 to 30% of the voter turnout is handled in my office during early voting now. We also have implemented permanent absentee by mail. So, for example, in 2020 March presidential primary that we had, we did not have permanent absentee. We just had regular absentee by mail. We did 50 absentee ballots by mail for that March presidential primary. We are now voting for the March presidential primary for this year. We started that last Friday. Friday alone, we mailed 180 ballots. So that shows you we've more than tripled, and that's for a primary election. So the only people who got a ballot were those that specified they wanted to vote in a primary and which primary they wished to vote in. For example, last November, our first mailing was over 300 ballots, which will be the same coming up with the presidential election. It will drastically increase between now and then, but we will mail no less probably than 300 for the first mailing. So I've just come to ask that you all would, based on what my current pay is for one of the part-time positions in my office, what she makes hourly, and I figured it on a yearly scale, it would be about $12,000 additional funding that I would need in a year to implement another full-time position, because I would do away with one part-time position if we could fund that second full-time position. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Do you want to have any questions for her? Okay.
No, I just think it's something that needs to be addressed during the budget cycle.
I do too.
We can't keep going outside the budget cycle and spending money that we don't have. Just my opinion.
Yeah, because if we take into consideration thus far down to number 8, we've been hit with, right at 125,000 tonight, you know, if we'd approve it like that,
Yeah.
you know. Excuse me, I forgot to ask.
We haven't placed it yet, but I do want y'all to obey the rules that we are going to pass and set down tonight. That's I run a tough ship when I'm chairman. I think y'all know that by now.
I'm sorry.
None of y'all have been here when I was chairman before. None of these people have been here since when I was chairman 2 years. Do you want to table that till the workshops? Is that?
I make a motion, we table that to the workshop, budget workshop.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second that we table this general registrar full-time person. And all in favor of tabling that, vote the usual way of voting. Aye also. And the next thing on the agenda, we have Mr. Albert McPeak. Is he here? Yeah, I see him.
Ms. Willis, members of the board, thank you for your time. I've come up here to offer my assistance to the county in a way that doesn't cost any money. Hopefully that offers a little bit of relief tonight. I spoke with Mr. Barton at length on several occasions about what's going on with our fire and EMS agencies. The previous board allowed us to go ahead and form a committee to work on some budget requests, and we're not prepared to do any type of budget request tonight. Of course, it's not time to do that anyway. But what I've offered Mr. Barton, and offering the county, is to offer some of my experience to help shape the future of what's going on with fire and rescue, and maybe help manage what's going on currently. I'm going to paraphrase an email that I sent to Mr. Barton with some of the goals and this offer. I wish I'd come up with a better presentation for everybody. But basically, my goal is to improve emergency medical response for the citizens. And I believe somebody has to step up to the plate, take the first step, and offer to help. Here's what I'm proposing to help, or how I'm proposing to help. I'm offering to assist the county in drafting ordinances related to EMS services. I am offering to assist with implementation and enforcement of ordinances, if they're passed, emergency response plans, and quality improvement activities. Each one of these EMS agencies has got to have an emergency response plan on file with the county. Some of those may be good, some of them may be a little outdated, maybe they need to be reviewed and changed some. They bear looking at. I'm offering, and will continue regardless, to advocate for proper support and funding from the county towards these agencies. I'm offering to review and offer opinions on funding requests, grant matches, and local government approval requests for EMS variances and exemption requests. In order for an EMS agency to file for a variance or an exemption with the State Office of EMS, it's got to be signed off on by the local government. And if I'm simply offering to make myself available to consult on that, see if maybe we can help do that. Also, to help review some of these financial requests. For example, the funding request on the stretchers may be a pretty legitimate request as versus someone coming in here asking for the purchase of a helicopter. And I know that's a little far-fetched, but there are some expenditures that may not be quite necessary in all situations. I'm offering to help review agency spending as a result of any type of ongoing audit process, specifically to help point out anything that may be any type of wasteful spending. I'm not making any allegations. I'm simply offering to provide an opinion if I'm asked to do so. Investigate and attempt to resolve citizen or other agency complaints. Sometimes agencies complain about each other. Sometimes citizens complain about agencies. I'm offering to provide an opinion on that, or even go talk to people and get to the bottom of what's going on, whatever the complaint may be. I'm offering to assist with checking ambulances and making sure we're all in compliance with what's going on with their rules. And I'm offering to assist with training for county agencies. Now, I'm willing to do this without pay for the remainder of the fiscal year, because I know there's no money to pay for it. I'm offering to volunteer my time for that. The only limitation I'm requesting is if I needed to get into teaching an EMT class, which is a major time commitment, that I'd be able to charge for that one. And that doesn't always have to be charged back to the county. A lot of times you can charge it to agencies. Agencies can sometimes receive scholarship funding. And there may be other funding sources. Again, I'm not asking the county to pay me to teach an EMT class. And that's the basis of my offer. I don't know if Mr. Barton's got anything to add to that.
No, thank you for sharing. They have a copy of the email in their packet. I
Okay.
shared that out with them after you'd sent it, and then I put it in the packet as well, so.
So we have read.
But again, that's simply my offer to help to try to make things better. My own personal experience, my father had some stroke-like symptoms here a week or so ago, and we had to wait on an ambulance to come from Pound. And that's not a complaint against any specific agency, but it kind of highlights what's going on with EMS in Dickinson County. Of course, my parents live right here in the town of Clintwood. And Hayside Rescue Squad had 2 calls at one time. Well, when you have a call that you can't take, you roll it over to the next agency. It's not Hayside's fault that they didn't have 2 crews. Therefore, that took Clintwood over to the Hayside area to try to take that call. And that created a vacuum on this end. Those are the kinds of things I want to help prevent. My father laid about an hour and a half waiting on an ambulance from the original 911 call. Of course, it was snowing, and Pound Rescue Squad had to travel a great distance. They came over, they helped, they did a great job. But I think a lot of times, the citizens of the county face these same situations all the time. The agencies, I think, are doing the best they can with what they've got. We just want to try to make things better. And I'm willing to put forth a little effort on my end to maybe help facilitate making things better. Anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Mr. McPeak. Anyone on the board have any questions for Mr. McPeak?
Yeah, what kind of qualifications do you have to do all this and oversee all of them?
Okay. I've been an EMT since 1997. I did have a short break in service, let my certifications run out, started getting them back. I'm one of 2 certified EMS education coordinators in Dickinson County, Mr. Kendrick being the other one. I assisted and served as operations manager at Dickinson County Ambulance Service for 11 or 12 years, sometimes managing a payroll of $1 million a year. We had upwards of 20 to 25 employees and 10 vehicles at one point. Part of those duties involved regulatory compliance, just day-to-day hiring, training, supervising, and sometimes, unfortunately, terminating personnel. Made some really tough decisions during that time. And I'm willing to offer that knowledge and work history back to the county to help out.
Any other board member have anything? Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Mackey.
you.
Thank you, Albert.
The next thing on the agenda is the legislative trip to Richmond, and we have to approve that.
Yes, basically, per our travel policy in February of '22, the board, any board travel, which y'all had the reimbursement or the authorization forms before you there, that you have to be approved by the board. So basically, we have all 5 board members that'll be traveling to Richmond next week to visit with our elected leaders, as well as a lot of the agencies that we conduct business with, to advocate on behalf of the county. And y'all just have to formally approve those 5 members and myself's attendance.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
Might I say something?
Yes.
I just want the people to realize that we're not going up there to have a big time. Because I've been up there before, and it ain't no big time. It's a lot of work, and a lot of work and stress trying to see these people, and we have to let Dickinson County be known up there, and our representatives have to see our faces. And because we're a small county and we're not located we're in Richmond, but I, for one, plan to go. The last time I went, my husband got sick and I had to leave early, but nevertheless, I plan to go, Lord be willing. But I want all of us, I'm glad all of us are going, because we need to show that a face to Dickinson County. You know, we're a small county and don't have a lot of clout, so you get to meet, I hope I get to meet the governor. Peggy and I got to meet the governor of Kentucky, which that didn't help us out too much, but we will need to meet our local representatives.
So
Tom Hillian.
Are you making a motion to?
Yes, I make a motion that we
Approve the trip?
approve the trip to Richmond.
Do I have a second on the trip?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second that we approve the trip to the legislative meetings in Richmond, January the 29th through February the 1st, I think. We
Correct.
come back February the 1st.
Correct.
Yes. How do you vote, Ms. Celeste?
I vote yes.
Is there any discussion? I forgot to ask.
Somebody second it?
Did y'all,
Yeah, I did.
Chris
second?
did.
Okay, yeah, I vote yes.
And Mr. Thacker, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Yes.
And Mr. Hall?
Yes.
And yes for me also. And then the next thing we have is the board rules of procedures.
Madam Chair, if I might add something on that?
Yes.
Members of the board, you guys approved the board rules of procedure at our organization meeting on January 2nd. Since then, there was some discussion on the procedure for mileage reimbursement. And so we have added an item 12 on this regarding with mileage reimbursement for board members. And that addresses that policy. That's something that was done in the past. We just didn't really have a formal policy. So we wanted to add that in here and do an amendment to the board rules of procedure, so.
So we just need to amend. I
Yes,
thought
ma'am.
we had voted on those. So we're just going to amend to add the,
Item 12, and it's
Item
highlighted in
12.
yellow in
All
your
right.
packet. Yes,
Thank you.
ma'am.
do I have a motion to approve the amendment to the board rules and procedures?
I'll make a motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If not, how do you vote, Mr. Hall?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser?
Aye.
Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Mrs. Celeste?
Aye.
I also. The next thing on the agenda is our fire committee. And I don't know who's gonna speak, but the fire committee was added to our agenda. Is it gonna be Autumn? What is this?
Yeah, we're gonna get Autumn up here in just a moment, Madam
probably.
Chairman. I
I'm going to be really brief. It's good to see you all. Good to see some new members on the board. Want to say a couple of things about your support in the past. Dickinson County could not have had a fair had it not been for the Board of Supervisors, and we greatly appreciate that. We appreciate every one of you all were in attendance at the fair. I saw several of you multiple nights. We appreciate that. I want to tell you how we did last year, just real briefly, and then I want to introduce our new chairperson, chair lady. We need a new word for a gender chair, our new chair. We applied for some funding through, is it ARPA? Am I saying that right, last
Yes,
year? And you all generously gave us some funding through that last year. We started out with a surplus from the 2022 fair after we got back from the convention and paid all of our expenses of about $15,000. We got the money from you all through ARPA. We raised money, we got sponsors, we did fundraisers. We ended up putting on, our budget was $100,000 last year. We ended up putting on about $104,000. We went a little bit over budget, and I'll tell you the reasons. And we've got, I think, $4,000 and some in the bank. So our new chair is going to tell you all the things that Dickinson County got for that last year. Friday, Kids Day, was the biggest gate day, I believe, in the history of Dickinson County for the fair. Saturday was a little bit down from the previous year because there was rain and a threat of rain, and that kind of cut back on the gate for the horse show a little bit. But we had a really successful fair. We had a lot of new things we added last year, and Autumn will tell you about that. What I want to tell you about just real briefly is the improvements that we made to the grounds last year. Terry, he's on the Haysi Kiwanis, and he knows we've got a really nice motocross track up there now. We spent several $1,000s unanticipated out of our budget to get that ready for the fair. We had to pay $1,800 for insurance for that single event. Repairs had not been made to our decks and our stage for decades probably. So we had to replace the carpet on our main stage. We did most of the manual labor. Richard helped us a lot with that. He knows a lot of the blood, sweat, and tears we put into it. So we spent several $1,000s on our stage, materials, labor. We had to replace the steps at our front gate. We had to paint them and sand them, and I don't know how many times we tried to pressure wash them. The deck on our ag building, most of this was from volunteer work. So we put on a $104,000 fair, 5 days, 5 nights. Autumn will tell you what Dickinson County got. And we asked, you all did support us some, but a lot, you all supported us a lot, but there's 5 or 6 people here, and I mean, it is a year-round dedication for the kids of this county. And the reason that I am, and we can get you a P&L from last year, our last year's treasurer, Donna Fields is on that this year, but our last year's treasurer is not here. We can get that for you. But we've got about $4,000, I think, in the bank now. I'll just say that publicly. What I would like to see, as I am stepping down as the chairperson, I'm still going to be 100 million% in support of the fair. whatever they need me to do, if I have the time to do it, I'll be there. I will be there to do it. I hope that all of you all will be there for the fair committee, because it is such a plus, especially for the kids in our community, that we want to keep going forward with it and not backwards. If there's a way that we can qualify for funding, I don't know if you have any more of the, okay.
Down on the ARPA, so it'd have
I
to
just
go to
sent you a
regular budget.
text asking you
I
that
didn't see.
question. But there's other ways we can do funding. We're gonna have a fair. We will not have a fair, but we hope that you all will be there with us supporting it. So I want to really quickly introduce our new chair. We have won multiple statewide awards. I really agree with Rhonda. I've been concerned over the last couple of years over this notion that we shouldn't go to Richmond. And, you know, we have to go to Richmond, okay? So we go to Williamsburg. We've been going to Williamsburg the last 3 years. And we won the best overall fair for our size, for our attendance last year. And we won 6 or 7 or 8 other awards. And we look on the webpage, we're all excited, and they spelled Dickinson wrong. They put Dickerson. I'm like, you all don't even know, you probably haven't been on this end of the state. So we send people to the convention every year because we're proud of Dickinson County. And we want them to know that our fair is the best fair in the state for our budget, in my opinion. And that's not just my opinion. All of the entertainers that come in, they give the same opinion, and they perform all over the place. Chris, he helped us out some this year. We appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Peggy providing food this year. Rhonda and Shelby, that was there. It was great. But anyway, when you go to our Facebook page or our web page, Autumn is the one that does the logo, the theme, all the flyers, and she charges us $0 for that. And it is the best. It is an award-winning best in the state logo. Won it again 2 years in a row. Autumn did that. Carol Turner, she takes pictures all over the place. How much does she charge? $0. We have the best marketing in the state, I guarantee that. We have people that come from all over the U.S. to our fair. Jelaine, Kids Day, everything we need, special events. Billy Branham, the grounds, Donna Fields, the treasurer now, sponsors, her and Carol and Gilda Rose. And we've got a great board of directors. But anyway, Autumn is going to do a great job, and I'm going to support her 100%. I ask you all to do the same. So I want to introduce her, Autumn Hutchinson. I'm going to give her a hand.
Thank you. My voice has been slipping a little bit today, so I apologize in advance. I want to talk to you about a few things that we did last year at the fair. We had our first ever sensory day. We closed the fair to the public, and we had our special needs children and adults in the county come in, and it was free of charge. But we did that so they wouldn't have lines to wait in. Sorry, I went and got water before I came up here. We did that so they wouldn't have lines to wait in and there wouldn't be crowds for them. But it was free to the special needs community. There were free games, free rides, and free food. For many of the participants, this was their first time being able to attend the fair because of the lack of the crowds and the lines. It was also their first time for some of them being able to ride like the Ferris wheel. Brittany Turner is someone that put a lot of work into this particular day, and there's a picture of her and Mikey on the Ferris wheel. That's her son, and it was his first time on a Ferris wheel. And the joy in his face in that picture, I wish I would have brought that and passed it out. The other thing that we did was our senior day. It included free admission for our seniors, and that included free entertainment and food. And the Kids Day, it was absolutely spectacular. I don't know who got to come out for the Kids Day, but it was just the best Kids Day we had had to date. Children up to 18 years old or 18 and under got in free. They were given a magic show. We had a free magic show, free carnival game with prizes. I saw one grandparent, I worked the gate that day, and I saw one grandparent make multiple trips because their grandchildren had won so many prizes at the free carnival games. And then there was a foam party at the end of the night. I don't know how many of you saw the videos of the kids playing in the foam, but they had so much fun. I stood there and just watched them for a good 2 hours playing in this foam, and we would like to bring him back again this year. So some things that are happening in 2024. As Allison said, we went to the state convention. It is important that we let them know who Dickinson County is. And we did just that. So they have communication awards that you can win. It's various things like a scrapbook, your logo, your Facebook page, things of that nature. We won 2 third-place ribbons for our fair size. We won 2 second place, and we won 2 first place, again, just for our fair size. However, we won 2 best in show, so we beat out even the larger fairs from Richmond and all these places. 2 best in show for our logo and our newsletter. So I think after we left there, they knew who Dickinson County was, and I think they spelled it right this time. Also this year, we have adopted bylaws, just so everyone is aware, and we have appointed a board of directors. Now, let's talk about something that we've already booked for entertainment. We're going to have those same events this year. We're going to have the Sensory Day, the Kids Day, and the Senior Day. We've already booked our first entertainer, Noah Spencer. I don't know how many of you watched The Voice, but he was on The Voice. He is from Richlands, actually. He got pretty far. But the excitement over the announcement of him coming to our fair got over 100 shares on our Facebook page, and it reached over 46,000 people. So to say that people are excited about this year's fair would be an understatement. So this year, in order to continue all of these wonderful experiences for our special needs, our Kids Day, our seniors, etc., we are asking for your support in those efforts again this year. And that's all that I have. I'll rest my voice now.
Well, didn't he make the final 5?
He didn't, I don't think he made the final 5, but he made it pretty far up there.
I know I watched him, he's very good.
Yeah, he's very good, very good. And people are so excited that he's coming.
Madam Chair, can I ask a
Yes.
question? Do you have your date set for this year's fair?
Yes, it's September.
No.
September. It's not February. September 18th through 21st.
Wednesday through Saturday?
Yes.
4 days instead of 5.
Yeah, we're shortening by 1 day.
18th to the what, 21st?
21st.
I'll put that, where I can put that in my calendar, or all of us can put in that calendar, in our calendar, so that, you know, about booking other things or whatever we know that's going on for the
Yes,
county.
yes.
I'll just put it in mine now, I got mine with me.
And so you all can come up and enjoy it too.
I think I had some catering. I think I had some catering jobs or a wedding or something. I was sort of limited on what days I
Yeah.
could come because I got sort of booked.
Anyone else got any questions for her?
Good.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you for what y'all did. Thank you, Allison, you did a good job, I think it's very nice.
I forgot to tell you all at the first of the meeting, anytime you need a break, just let me know and we'll take a break. Do you want to go on, or do you want to take a 10-minute break before we go into these agreements? Does anybody need
We got
a
one
break?
more.
No, I think I'm okay till we go to
Got one.
closed session. I may run before we go
Oh,
to
yeah,
closed
I
session.
do have one. Why have you? Forgot. Okay, got the fair committee, and I've got Mr. Richard Thacker wants to be put on the agenda, so we put him on. So let's listen to our EM director also, EMT director, or what are you? Emergency management.
Yeah.
I would like to ask if we could get our county attorney to draft us a resolution objecting to the outrageous prices that AEP is charging our citizens in the county. And then once we get that resolution fixed up and passed, send it to all of our representatives, senators and delegates, and let them know that we stand with the citizens in objection to the high cost that they're charging them in power, with another increase coming next month.
Did I notice this having layoffs? Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Did you sign, I signed that petition.
We need that.
Everybody signed that petition that was online, I signed it.
And everybody needs to send an email to their representative as well, or a phone call, because they are feeling the pressure from the citizens that is calling them. Our sheriff was up there for a meeting, and it was a tremendous amount of phone calls, emails that these representatives are getting. We need to continue that. If everybody will do that in this county, we will see some results out of it. So we've got to put our foot forward.
Madam Chair, what we can do on that is, Mr. Sturgill can draft that for you all if you all want to, the direction, if everyone agrees with the direction that Mr. Thacker has given, he can draft that and send that out to the board, and then we can go ahead, our office can go ahead and forward it out to the legislators so we can get it out in a timely fashion, so if y'all would want to go ahead and approve him doing that, so.
I think we could do that, and you send it to us, and if we approve it, just go ahead and mail it to those
Yes, that way, for the essence of time,
legislators.
since, yes.
Correct.
Is that approval of the board to
So
do
let's
that?
make a motion and then a second, and then,
Okay, let's make a motion and a second then, that we allow the attorney to draft the resolution and then have Mr. Barton send it out.
yes, ma'am.
And then we will notify you if we approve of it, and then have you just go ahead and mail it. Would that be all right to make that motion?
I'll make that a form of a motion.
All right. Do I have a second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second that we get our county attorney to do the resolution, and Mr. Martin will send it to us and once we approve it, we'll mail it out. Or have him mail it out to our legislators. Any discussion? If not, let's vote the usual way of voting on this, resolution.
Aye.
Aye. Any objection? Hearing none, let's go on to item 9, and this is our Trammell revitalization project, and I guess I'll give that to you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What you have before you is the agreement with Dickinson County and Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development. And this is for Phase 2 of the Trammell project, which will be rehabilitating 10 additional homes within that area. And People Inc., of course, is working with us and with them on this project, but all the money flows through the county on this. We are agreeing to work with them on this, and what we have to provide is we will be providing the inspections, our building inspection, building permits at no cost, and then Will be doing the standard, anything needs to be looked at on the legal side and things, and that's our contribution to this. Everything else is grant funded. Ms. Kaiser and myself represent the county on the housing board there. Things are moving forward. We're looking at about another $1.2 million on, or
1.4 is in here.
1.4 on this one, the first was 1.2, 1.4
Yeah.
million on this, so.
Yeah.
I'll try to answer any questions anyone has, but this is just acceptance of the grant agreement and entering into contract with the community, DHCD, so, for the block grant that funds this.
I like to say that you and Peggy have done an excellent job attending those meetings and taking care of this, and I appreciate it that y'all have done this, and you've done an excellent job of attending and staying well informed with everything,
Thank you.
and I do appreciate that.
During Project One, if I may speak, people didn't have internet, some didn't have computers, and I would take my laptop and I went up there, I did their applications for them, I would bring it home, scan it, send it to them, get back in my car, take them their paperwork back. You know, and they trusted me that if I left their house with financial statements, that I would go to my house, scan it, email it to People Inc., and I've got right back in my car and went right back to their house. So I've tried to be there for those people. Some just, they have a hard way of making it. And if some of you all knew what some of their people's income is, you would say.
You'd be shocked.
You would be shocked. It's pitiful how less that some of those people up there live. I grant you, we all need to make a way better for our own self, but some of them don't have a way to make it better for themselves. And I'm just glad that I was there. And I did that for some people in Clinchco, for the Corps of Engineers. I went, got their paperwork, come and get copies of deeds, send it to the Corps, hop back in my car, go back to Clinchco with their paperwork. So, I've just tried to be there for my citizens.
You know, you can see an improvement even from phase one as you drive through.
Yeah.
And I'm excited about what phase two is gonna look like.
That'll really help a lot. So.
Yes, it will.
Phase two will start on the left-hand side going south, going up through Trammell. It will get some on the left, and then it will start picking up some on the right. So,
That's good.
yeah.
But I can see a big difference in just phase one. We need a motion to approve this project on phase two.
I will make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second that we approve the Trammell revitalization project. Ms. Celeste, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Thacker?
Yes.
Ms. Kaiser?
Yes.
And Mr. Hall?
Yes.
And I also. Now we're down to the Pound River. These are our, I'll let you go ahead if
Sure.
you want to. These are
Thank you, Madam Chair.
mowings and
What we have
cleanings.
before, I'll go ahead and mention the next three items, Pound River, Crane's Nest Trail, and Spillway Ball Field, are cleaning agreements that the county has that we're bringing before you one at a time, but I'm going to go through these. The first one here, the Pound River, that's going to be cleaning both sets of restrooms at the Bear Pen Recreation Area. The one there at the recreation area, the other's behind the pool on the backside. These will be cleaned 7 days a week. The gates are opened and closed each night. The bathrooms are locked and unlocked. The trash is gathered from the Bear Pen Park and everything's disposed of out back. This contract runs from March through October on this, and it's $750 per month. And currently, right now, one of our employees, Bo Dodson, has this contract. It is eligible for renewal at the existing rates. And I have reached out to him, and he is interested in continuing if the board wishes him to do so. You also have the option to go back out for bid for someone else, so.
What is the pleasure of the board? Do we want to continue with this contract with Bo?
I think we
Dodson?
should continue with Bo. I'll make a motion, we continue with Bo Dodson.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to continue the Pound River with Bo Dodson. All in favor, vote the usual way of voting. Aye. Any opposed? And go ahead, Mr. Barton,
The
explain.
next item, Madam Chair, item 9C is the Crane's Nest Trail restrooms. That's the restroom facilities at the trailhead at the foot of the hill here, next to the old Mountain Trail Market. Again, this is a year-round contract on this one. It's 12 months. They're unlocked each morning by 7 a.m. and they're closed after dark. Cleaning, taking out the trash, checking on the trail. Again, our employee, Bo Dawson, has this one as well. And the rate on this one is $600 per month.
And they have to do the trail also, don't
They
they?
do,
Have to
yes,
pick
the
up
trash. Yes.
on the trail.
It says walk at least possibly.
They walk it, they have to walk it and pick up.
Twice per week.
Yeah.
And then remove the litter from the parking lot and fishing pier.
And I will say, what times I have stopped there, it's been clean.
Yeah, that one gets a lot of use, actually. It's like a rest stop kind of.
Yeah, you see a
on the
lot
side
of
the road. It gets a lot of
traffic
use, Bo says. He encounters a lot of messes there.
To have a motion to.
I make a
approve that.
motion that we keep Bo Dodson to take care of the Crane's Nest area, trail and bathroom and area.
To have a second.
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to keep Bo Dodson as the janitor and cleaning person at the Crane's Nest Trail. All in favor, vote the usual way of voting.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Our next one is the spillway. I'll get you to explain that
Sure,
one also.
thank you, Madam Chair. Item 9B, the spillway ball field. This is the ball fields, like going down towards the spillway on the core property. These are open only 5 months of the year through the season, March 1st through July 31st. And again, that's cleaning the bathrooms, taking out the trash, keeping the litter picked up in the area there, empty the garbage cans. This is currently done by an employee as well, Mr. Chris Woods from the truck shop. And it is $400 per month, or I'm sorry, $450 per month on this one.
Why is that only open that? Why
Just
does
through
it?
the ball season.
Just ball season.
Just through ball season?
Just through ball
Oh,
season.
Okay,
Mhm.
okay.
It's a long way down there too,
Yep,
to play ball.
yep.
We have a motion to approve Chris Woods for the spillway ball field cleaning.
I'll make a motion.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second that we use Chris Woods to do the spillway ball field. All in favor, vote the usual way of voting. Aye. Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, Mr. Barton, we have the mowing contract.
The last one we have, Madam Chair, members of the board, is item 9E, our mowing contract. I want to go into a little more detail with this one and share this one, but this was put out to bid last in 2021. And currently, the low bid on that was Sergeant Lawn Care, that'd be Mr. Adrian Sargent. We entered into a contract with him, and we have 2 annual renewals left on this. We have renewed this each time. That way it'll take it to the 5-year point. But I want to go through, it's a lot of properties that we have, and they're supposed to mow these every 7 to 10 days. That would be Bearpin Park, the Courthouse and Judicial Center, Clintwood Library, the Chamber of Commerce, the Education Center, the Daycare Center, the Frying Pan Voting Precinct, Hayside Library, Brushy Ridge Ballpark and Community Center, Trammell Community Park, the county sign at Red Onion, the county sign at Date Mountain, county sign at B, county sign at Breaks Park, the industrial park sign at Route 83, Crane's Nest Trail, that's the entire length of the trail, the original trail and the extension, weed eating that, Lake Creek Tennis Court, Pound River Soccer Field, Double Wide Trailer, that's the one behind the sheriff's office where litter control's at, West Dane Community Center, Rose Ridge tennis courts at the dam, and the day use area at Crane's Nest. Again, they mow these every 7 to 10 days. Also, they have to spray for weeds as needed at the Education Center, Daycare Center, Clintwood and Hayside Library, Extension Office, Courthouse, Judicial Center, and sign sites. That would be like in the parking areas or sidewalks, anything, they're responsible for that. And on this, sometimes we have some properties that kind of come in and go out. Each property, we have a separate list assigned a value, like if for some reason, that property would go out of county use and not need to be mowed. But this contract is for $35,220. That's the annual amount. And of course, mowing will be starting probably sometime late March and carrying through the fall. But I'll try to answer any questions that anybody has on that. When we did bid this last time, in '21, I do remember, because I pulled the bid packet and looked at it, the next closest bid was like $8,000 to him. And we had some bids that went up close to $100,000 on these. So again, we can either renew, because it was a one-year bid with 4 renewals. We have 2 renewals left at that 5-year point. We can renew with him. I did reach out to him. He is still interested in continuing if the board wishes to do so, or we can go back out to bid. We have time to do either, whatever the pleasure of the board is, so.
Madam Chairman, Larry, I don't know how he does it for that price. I think we should renew the bid.
It's a really good price.
So are you making a motion?
I'll make a motion to renew the bid.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Do you have any discussion on the mower and on the contract? If not, let's vote the usual way of voting. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Brings us down to item 10 on our agenda, and these are leases that we do. Wait till I get here. Okay. The first one is our Appalachia Agency for Senior Citizens, and this is the Clinchco property that is up for lease. And I noticed it's a 5-year contract, and did you say it is not currently in the floodplain?
Currently, it is not. We filled out an application to include it in the Corps' assessment of properties for the 202 floodproofing project in the county. And it's probably been about a year ago, I guess, hasn't it, Peggy? We received a letter from them. They had eliminated the Clinchco Volunteer Fire Department, the Clinchco Senior Citizens Building, and the Hayside Volunteer Fire Department, or Rescue Squad, I'm sorry, the Hayside Rescue Squad. Now, of course, I've been working with the Corps, and again, at our meeting earlier this month, we asked again about it. I had shared additional information before this last meeting that we had with justification and reasoning as to why I felt like they would qualify on this program. But as of now, it is currently out. It does not qualify. We are trying with all 3 properties to get assistance, but I don't know what the end result will be. I did speak, Madam Chair, if I might. I spoke with Brian Beck today. I've been trying to get up with him. He is in charge of Appalachian Agency for Senior Citizens.
Right.
They are very interested in renewing this lease. They have the programs, I think, Thursday and Friday down there. And,
Wednesday and Thursday.
Wednesday and Thursday. Wednesday and Thursday, they have the programs. And, right now, the way it is, they take care of the utilities down there. We kind of upkeep the building. The building is used for some other needs. We've had some discussions over the years of some issues with the building. He said, there are some issues from time to time, but things have improved with that. They just like a little better stewardship from the people that they do allow to use it to, cut back the thermostat, turn off the lights, just be respectful of the property. It is being left cleaner, they said, but they do wish to renew this lease, so.
So what's the pleasure of the board? Do you want to renew the lease at 5 years? There's a clause in there that we can,
With notice, yes.
yeah, with notice, we can.
Yes.
90 days notice.
What, I'm sorry, Mr. Sturgeon.
90 days.
90 days, okay.
I'll make a motion we renew the lease.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second that we renew the lease down at the senior citizens in Clinchco. Any discussion? If not, Ms. Sless, how do you vote on that?
Yes.
And Mr. Thacker?
Yes.
And Mrs. Kaiser?
Yes.
And Mr. Hall?
Yes.
And I also. And the next one is Flemingtown Church Trustees. This is their parking lot
Yes, ma'am.
across the road from the church. that the county owns and we lease it to them. And if there is no problem with the lease or anything, and this is one we've done for several years, I need a motion that we approve this lease to the Flemingtown Church.
I make a motion, we approve the lease to the Flemingtown Church. Wish we could just give it to them.
Unfortunately, we can't give it away. We would have to surplus it
We had
and
to
then
surplus
accept the high
it.
bid for it, and it could go to someone besides
That's
Flemingtown
true.
Church
I
if you
think
did that, so.
Mr. Donald Baker talked to me about that at one time. They want us to kind of hold on to it in case they ever need it for
Pumping station.
sewer or improving the water system down there.
I'll second Rhonda's motion.
I have a motion and a second. Do I have any other discussions on it? If not, let's vote the usual way of voting on this one.
Yes.
Anybody opposed? Okay, now we're down to our appointments. The first one is our planning commission, and I think Barbara Wilbur's appointment is up. And I assume that is Haystide, or
Willis.
Stanley. Is it Willis?
Stanley.
I would think it would be yours. Is it yours? I thought it was yours, yeah.
Yes, Stanley.
We had never done these by
okay.
districts that I had
Because I
ever
was
known
thinking
of until
Josh
just
You
later.
don't have anybody on there, I don't think, Miss Willis, do you?
I do not,
I didn't
no.
think so.
Oh, is her time, Madam Chairman?
This would be Richard, Mr. Thacker's appointment if it's Stanley District, correct?
I'd like to leave Miss Wilbur on there.
Okay. So your motion is to leave her on there?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to leave Barbara Wilbur on there for another, is it these 4 year? Or are they?
These are 3-year terms.
3-year terms, okay. Is there any discussion? If not, let's vote the usual way on that one. Aye, also. And our next appointment is Southwest Virginia Alcohol and Safety Program. And that currently is Mr. Stephen Mullins. Did you talk to him, Mr. Hawkins?
Yes, I did. He said he was interested in staying on that.
Okay. Do we have a motion to leave Mr. Mullins on the Southwest Virginia Alcohol and Safety Program?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we leave him on
Have a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to leave Mr. Stephen Mullins on the Alcohol and Safety Program. All in favor, vote the usual way of voting.
Aye.
I also. And now we're down to the Public Welfare Board, and I believe that's Mr. Dackers.
It is. I'd like to make a motion to leave Ramona Duncan on that board.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second to leave Ramona Duncan on the Public Welfare Board. All in favor, vote the usual way of voting. Aye. And the next thing is our 9th District Development Financing Incorporated, and that's the one that Rita Surratt and Carl Mullins currently is on. And Rita is the treasurer of that, and she says they meet once a year, but they send her checks all through the year that she needs to sign and send back. So I would suggest that we leave Rita on there if that's the pleasure of the board. And I need a motion to that effect, if that's what.
I make a motion, we leave Rita on that board.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second to leave Rita on the 9th District Development and Financing Incorporated. Is there any discussion? All in favor, vote the usual way of voting. And then we have Mr. Carl Mullins on that. I think he is just a substitute or a alternate.
It's listed as an alternate, yes, ma'am.
I think,
What is the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to see somebody else. Who was it we was talking about? Dana?
I think Dana would be
Dana?
a good choice for that. She deals with economic development
Are you
issues.
interested in that? Okay. So, do I have a second on that motion to put
I second
Dana
it.
Cronkite on that?
Did Chris make a motion?
No, I didn't make a motion.
Oh, you didn't? I thought you did. Okay.
But I will, I'll make a motion that we put Dana on there.
And I'll second.
A motion and a second to put Dana Cronkite on the board as an alternate to replace Carl Mullins. All in favor? Vote usual way of voting aye also. And now we're down to Cumberland Plateau Regional Waste Management Authority.
I'd like to make a motion for Rhonda Sluss for that position.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it myself.
Is there any other motions? If no other motions, is there any discussion? If no discussion, Mr. Hall, how do you vote?
Aye.
Ms. Kaiser? Aye. Mr. Thacker?
Aye.
And Ms. Sless?
Aye.
And I also. And the next thing on the agenda is the updated edition of the Uniform State Building Code that we had the public hearing on.
Madam Chair, we still have the Board of Equalization.
Board of
so-
Equalization.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss one? I did. I apologize. This is a year-long appointment. It will be actually from a time
December
that we
31st.
appoint them until the end of December. They sit on the Equalization Board to hear complaints on the new reassessment after the first hearing is over by the people that done, I think the Pearsons did the reassessment. And then there's an equalization board set up from a member from each district to serve on this equalization board to hear additional complaints about the reassessment. So, Ms. Celeste, who are you going to appoint?
Well, I've already, I asked Mr.
Brett Tiller.
Brett Tiller. I had a blank, Brett Tiller, and he said he would. When is the assessment these assessments go out?
They have actually looked at all the properties now. They're actually working on the data entry, and we received an invoice from them this week, and they have 11,000 out of the approximately 25,000 entered. Our commissioner's here. He could probably give us a better time frame, but I think we're getting close.
We haven't got a time frame. Fred Pearson's supposed to be in my office Thursday. Get a closer time frame. The last time I talked to him about a week ago, 3 weeks out. So I should know something Thursday or Friday when he stops by my office.
Well, my person is Brett Tiller.
Okay, do we have to vote on each one of these? Or do we vote on them as a group?
You can either do them as a group or you can do them individually. That's really up to you all. To me, it probably makes sense to do them individually since somebody
Okay.
nominates.
Then I need a motion to appoint Brent Tiller.
Brett Tiller, yeah.
Brett.
I say yes.
No, you make a
I made a
motion.
motion, I need a second.
I'll say.
And I have a motion and a second to appoint Brent Tiller. Is there any discussion? If not, let's vote our usual way of voting. Mr. Thacker, do you have an appointment to make?
Yes, I'd like to recommend Bobby Edwards.
Bobby Edwards. Does Bobby work?
Yes.
He's back there in the back.
This would be something that he may have to miss work to do it, because,
He's aware.
okay, he is, okay, okay. I have a,
Form of a motion.
all right, you got a form of motion to appoint Bobby Edwards,
Yes.
and do I have a second?
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to appoint Bobby Edwards for the Sand Lake District. All in favor, vote the usual way of voting.
Aye.
And Mr. Hall, do you have an appointee?
I do, Richard Mullins. He's been on this board before.
Yeah,
Very
Richard does a real good job.
familiar with it. So I make a motion, we put Richard Mullins on there for the Willis District.
I'll second your motion for that. I can second the motion, correct?
Yes.
All in favor of appointing Richard Mullins for the Willis District, vote the usual way of voting.
Aye.
I also. Ms. Kaiser, I'll let you make yours.
I would like to put in a form of a motion that my candidate that I pick is Will Lester. He is a surveyor, licensed engineered surveyor.
Okay.
I second it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second for the Irvington District is Will Lester. All in favor, vote the usual way of voting.
Yes.
Aye. Also. And my choice will be, and I can make a motion for my
Okay.
district. My district will be Mr. Terry Price. And I would need a second to that if,
I'll second.
okay. And all in favor of Mr. Terry Price for the Kennedy District, vote the usual way of voting. Aye.
Aye.
Aye also.
Sounds like a pretty good board.
It
Very good
is,
board.
and now you will prepare the letter to go
We
to
will.
the court, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
our clerk, take care of that.
Do we need to appoint an alternate? I noticed in there it
The
said.
code allows an alternate, but it didn't appear that it's been done in the past, so.
I knew that it hadn't, but I didn't know if you wanted us to appoint an alternate or
No, I
not.
think we're good, probably.
I tell you what, you'll find out that you'll be lucky to get 3 to show up.
It's a lot.
And I know that's the way it's been before. Because my husband served on it for 2 years for me, or 2 terms that, and he doesn't want to do it this year. So I didn't appoint him. I asked 3 people before I came up with one. So now we adopt the ordinance that we had the public hearing about. I think that's where we're at now.
Yep.
And it's on the building code. I need a motion, if it's the pleasure of the board, to adopt this ordinance.
Madam Chair, do we need to do the secretary for the equalization board?
No,
We do not, we'll have to advertise for
We
that.
have to advertise
at
it.
that point,
So we can do that in the pay rates and all that? Okay.
yeah, it'll be advertised for that. It's only a part-time position.
It's a part-time
Yeah.
position.
Do we have a motion to adopt the building code that we had the public hearing on?
I'll make a motion that we adopt the hearing code. I
Building
mean,
code, yeah.
the building code, I'm sorry.
And the fire and also the sediment and erosion. You did. So do I have a second to her motion?
I'll second.
Have a motion and a second that we adopt it. I'll do a roll call. Ms. Sluss?
Yes.
And Mr. Thacker?
Yes.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Yes.
And Mr. Hall?
Yes.
And I also. Now we're down to closed session, and I will ask that we do take a 10-minute break between, before we start the closed session. We'll go into closed session, we'll make our motions, and then we'll take a 10-minute break while the audience. And I forgot to say that I appreciate all y'all attending tonight, and appreciate our law enforcement back in the back also. And I appreciate everyone attending, and all that called in, I appreciate those.
Can I just make a short comment regarding Shining Stars? We just want to thank you all for everything that you all did last year supporting our Shining Stars. We had our meeting this evening, and we have been able to do many wonderful things with our special needs community. We have a lot planned, and so your generous donation last year has really made it possible for us to
Thank
do
you.
the things that we have coming up. But we thank you so much.
Yeah, I
Thank
see pictures and things that they've done and everything, and it's,
Good.
it's wonderful.
But we thank you.
You're welcome. So now I need the motion to go into closed session, please.
I make a motion that we go into closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711A, 1 and 7, A, Section 2.2-3711A, 1, Personnel Commissioner Revenue, B, Section 2.2-3711A, 7, 1, Litigation.
Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And all in favor of going into closed session? Aye. And we'll take a 10-minute break while we're motion, I guess, to come out of closed session.
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second to come out of closed session?
I'll second it.
And all in favor of coming out of closed session?
Aye.
Okay, and then I have to certify that we only discussed those issues that we previously made a motion to go into closed session for, that those are the only issues. And I'll start with Ms. Celeste. Do you certify?
Yes.
Mr. Thacker?
Yes.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Yes.
And Mr. Hall?
Yes.
And yes for me also. Is there any matters that we discussed in closed session that needs a motion?
I would like to make a motion to allow the commissioner to hire an additional position that the comp board gave him back on 12/1/23.
I have a second.
I'll second it.
A motion and a second to allow the commissioner to hire a position that the comp board allowed him in December of 2023. Is there any discussion on this? If there's no discussion, Ms. Celeste, how do you vote?
Yes.
Mr. Thacker?
Yes.
And Ms. Kaiser?
Yes.
And Mr. Hall?
Yes.
And I also. Now I'm down, I'm about to get finished here.
Woo-hoo.
Is there any supervisors' comments that they would like to give?
Well, I want to express my sympathy to people in my district. We've had a hard week, but we lost Beulah Moore, wonderful woman, and Canary Turner. I went to Heritage Hall last night and I visited Sharon Duncan and Ruth Mullins and Lisa Kazee and Jaquita Smith, and I wish them all the best to get better. Thank God that we got through this cold spell.
Mr. Thacker?
No, I don't have anything.
Do you have anything, Ms. Kaiser?
I'm just glad for the meeting tonight. I feel like we've had a productive, good meeting. Just looking forward for the next few. Glad everybody has survived all this weather. Got heat pumps down at my place, but I guess we're surviving. We ain't froze up though, but we're good.
Mr. Hall, you have a comment?
The only thing I like to say is, as Willis District Supervisor, I'm gonna have a monthly meeting every month, the Monday before this board meeting. Anybody in the Willis District that wants to come out, I have it up here in the boardroom. And I'm gonna have, next month in Hayside at the Town Hall. So I think that's the 19th at 6 o'clock. And then March, we'll have it back up here.
And I guess myself, I'd have to say that I'm glad we all made it through, and the cold spell, the cold snap, it's really been tough on a lot of people. And I dread the power bills like everybody else does. My heat pump runs day and night. And I like to say that I try to speak up. I thought I had a loud voice. But Mr. Comer said he couldn't understand me, said I had a soft voice. He wears a hearing aid, but I do try to speak up.
Well, I can hear you just fine.
And, but anyway, I try to do the best I can, and I asked Mr. Sturgill to correct me if I do anything wrong. Do we need to adjourn, or do we need to recess?
We're gonna adjourn.
We're going to adjourn. Okay. If there's no other comments from the Board of Supervisors, then we need a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion with adjourn.
I'll second.
All in favor? I didn't do too good. It's 10-10.